Members of both caucuses participated in the interview panel where Mallory scored the highest out of everyone. And Mallory is here tonight, something that is not customary for the appointment process. And in the past, there's been times where resolutions were submitted with blank names and put in at that meeting. Another concern was it should be the next mayor that gets to pick the director. All that does is tell me that that would just be a matter of politics, which I want to believe and hope isn't true. The most upsetting thing I was told, and I'm not going to name names, but there's council members that thinks that just would just be nepotism or that Mallory is too close to the mayor. And while it's no secret that Mallory and the mayor are friends, that shouldn't be a reason to disqualify a candidate who is more than qualified and also a city resident. I think we could all agree the world would be a lot better off if more people were friends with each other. The faces you see in the room tonight are New Britain's community. I urge you all to make the right choice and approve Mallory.
Thank you, Justin. The next speaker is Patrick Dorsey.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Dorsey, and I live at 370 Worcester Street in New Britain. First of all, I'd like to thank the council for their hard work and dedication. Everybody here works a lot of hard work behind the scenes, and I know it's a lifestyle for you guys. It's just not a job, and we appreciate everything that you do, even though it's a thankless job. Secondly, I'd like to say the person that spoke before me, a good-looking gentleman, came from good roots. I echo all his report back to you. You know, he's very passionate what he thinks, and I believe Mallory will make a great director of the Parks and Rec. I've been a member of the Park and Rec Department a member of the Park and Rec Commission for 22 years, and presently I am the chairman. I'm here tonight to endorse Mallory Dupre to the position of Director of the Recreation and Community Service of the City of New Britain. In the past, I've had the honor and privilege to work closely with the two past directors, Bill DeMeo and Eric Barbareri. And I believe I have the experience and I know what it takes to select a good director and a leader. And Mallory Dupre is all of those attributes. She is well respected by her peers and her subordinates, and I have known Mallory close to 30 years, and I've seen her come up through the ranks of the park, and I consider myself a good judge of character, and Mallory is the right person, and she earned that position. I ask the council to show her your sense of confidence and unanimous support, and I thank you in advance for your consideration and approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Next speaker on the list is Paul Catanzaro.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Paul Catanzaro, 250 Hillhurst Avenue. Real quick, item number 10 for the fire department equipment, that's a no-brainer. There should be no issues about that. But as a fire commissioner, I got to speak in favor of that. But I'm here for the support of Mallory Dupre. As a 25-year employee of the Park and Recreation Department, I've worked under several directors. And I've known Mallory for many, many years. Lifelong resident, over 20 years working with our youth in the city. She still calls me Mr. Catanzaro, and I tell her to stop. She's been heading the Youth Services Division, doing an incredible job as a member of the Executive Council of New Britain Recovery, and all the stuff that goes under that, all the subcommittees with our kids. She handles all that incredibly. The old Park and Recreation Department is no longer. Park is now under Public Works. So the grounds part of that is gone. So now it's recreation, which is not much different than youth services. It's dealing with kids and all the recreation things that go along with that. The fields, the games, the camps, the pools, that's all in her wheelhouse. It's such a no-brainer mix. And she has the education, the knowledge, the love. I can't express enough how I think she's just a great asset to our city, and this really shouldn't be political. I sat up there for many years, and there were some department heads that I didn't care for. But this should be no-brainer. It had nothing to do with politics, nothing to do with the mayor. I mean, how does anybody not know the mayor if they lived in New Britain all their life, or their family? You know, come on. So I ask you, for the benefit of our city and all our kids, to appoint Mallory Dupre as the next Director of Recreation and Youth Services. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Catanzaro. I'll continue to call you that, if that's all right. Next speaker is Patrick Ciardello. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Yes, absolutely. Our Chief of EMS.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the council. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. My name is Patrick Ciardello. I'm the CEO and Chief of Service for New Britain EMS, 225 Arch Street, right down the road. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for the resolution brought forth by Alderman Smedley for the appointment of Mallory Dupre as the Director of Recreation and Community Services. I've had the privilege of working closely with Mallory through New Britain Recovers, particularly in my roles on the Opioid Task Force and the Local Prevention Council. We've partnered on some of the most difficult and meaningful challenges the city faces, often involving our most vulnerable residents. Mallory stands out not just for her deep knowledge of city services, but for her ability to bring people together. She builds real partnerships and she turns ideas into action. She approaches every challenge with compassion, professionalism, creativity, and stubborn persistence. She's a tireless advocate, whether supporting individuals facing substance use disorders, mental health challenges, addressing housing and disability needs, or leading programs that empower and educate our youth. Her dedication to this community is unwavering. I've seen firsthand the respect she's earned from colleagues, residents, and community partners. She's thoughtful, strategic, approachable, and incredibly driven. I'm going to switch hats a little bit and put on my counselor hat. Some of you know that I'm also a counselor, right? There are really two pathways to assess someone for a role like this. Their technical qualifications to serve as a director, which Mallory has, and their capabilities as a leader. We all know leaders must be visionaries and must have integrity. I will add that the most successful leaders are providers of hope, and they are truly authentic and genuine individuals. Mallory is all the above. She leads with heart and purpose, and that authenticity inspires others and builds trust in the community. As someone who has risen through the ranks of an agency to become its leader, I understand the importance a culture plays in an agency's success and ability to thrive. Mallory fosters a culture where people feel valued and inspired to do their best. She sets a tone where service, collaboration, and going the extra mile are the norm. There's no doubt in my mind that Mallory is the right person for this role. She's more than qualified, absolutely capable, and I'm confident the Department of Recreation and Community Services would thrive under her leadership. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Patrick. Our next speaker is Michael Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michael Thompson, 39 Pendleton Road, New Britain, Connecticut. I'm here to speak on behalf of Mallory Dupre. I'm a 35-year city employee who retired. My heart and soul was in the park department for 25 years. I know Mallory when she was a recreation person. She was great with the kids. I know her through the YMCA. I dealt with her over there for years. She's great with the kids. She's always make sure the kids have a place that's safe to go, make sure that they're well taken care of. She's the kind of person to go out of their way and go to their house and make sure that things are getting done right with them. This should not be political. If this becomes political, it's a shame. Mallory is the right person. I've been under many directors, Pete Ledger, Bill DeMayo, Eric Barbieri. I can say Mallory Dupre is as close to Bill DeMayo as you're going to get, and Bill DeMayo was a great park director for the kids. So again, I speak on behalf of her as an ex-city employee that make the right decision. Please appoint Mallory Dupre. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is Ms. Paulette Fox.
Paulette Fox. I live at 14 Andrew Street, New Britain. I'm here this evening to support a young lady, Mallory Dupre. As a resident and executive director of Opportunities Industrialization Center of New Britain for 40 years, I've come to know and respect Mallory. She served on the OIC Board of Directors and has been actively involved in the greater New Britain community for many years. I have had a long relationship with the Parks and Recreation Department for over 30 years, and I have worked with Bill DeMayo and Eric Barbari. I guess I'm saying his name right. Neither of them has ever been community-oriented and really didn't reach out to community partners. OIC has spent a lot of money with this department and will continue to do so. It has been Mallory who has taken the initiative to engage the community in its resources to form the local prevention council in the city for the last 25 years. So we need to come together to apply for grants, programming opportunities, and leveraging resources so our city can continue to be #1 in prevention, and we are in the state of Connecticut, as State Representative Tony Walker. It takes a village, and New Britain was one of the towns that is going to host the first citywide local prevention Palooza STEM Fest that will put our city on the map for leveraging resources and having community partners, the city departments, churches, schools, the museum, and my national office of OIC is putting up at least about $50,000, unheard of, but it's a new day because of Mallory, to produce an event. Mallory is a hard worker, committed individual. She grew up in Parks and Recs. Mallory has always put her best foot forward when it comes to investing in youth in the community. I sat in on the original interviews, oh my God, sat in the original, and no one impressed me more than Mallory. There is no better candidate for this position. Mallory eats, sleeps, drinks, breathes New Britain, and she will bring the Recreation and Community Service Department, and that's the senior center, don't forget about us over there, to another level due to her relationship with community partners. She has served as an employee in Parks and Recs for many different positions. She understands and respects hierarchy and individuals who work hard. She has operated the community service department with integrity and honesty. She has given this Director of Recreation and Community Service a level of pride that we have not had for many years. She is an interim director now, so let's stop wasting time and move her into the role of a permanent Director of Recreation and Community Services. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Very good timing. Our next speaker is Nicole Sanders.
Good evening, Common Council members. My name is Nicole Sanders, and I'm here in the capacity as an OIC board member, past, yet always invested in the people of New Britain. I'm also here as an advocate and spokesperson for all things that represent New Britain, that New Britain aspires to be, and what we should continue to lift up in individuals who shine a light on what's good in New Britain. So tonight, I'm here to ask, why not Mallory, for a permanent position as a Director of Recreation and Community Services. Mallory is just not my personal friend. She is a trusted colleague in the work we do for wellness and equitable access of services for all New Britain students and family. We all know that she is a proud product of New Britain Public School System and a lifelong resident. She brings unique lived perspective on how to create real solutions for our community. And if you are privileged to hear her story, you will know that she is that kid. The very kid that she fights for now. The one she sees, hears, and advocates for every single day. Like many of us, Mallory reflects the very community that she is destined to serve. But let me be clear, just being a New Britain resident does not automatically qualify you for this job. What qualifies her? She has an impressive resume spanning about 2 decades of service and advocacy for our youth and community. More specifically, did you know that her leadership as Community Service Division Director led the work of New Britain's Local Prevention Council? Under her leadership, our city gained national recognition for her efforts around drug prevention, homelessness, and mental health. She also managed a $1.2 million grant for Drug-Free Communities Initiative. Grant management and fiscal management of this scale is not easy, and it's a skill that Mallory brings to the table with confidence and expertise. Now that I've given you a glimpse into her leadership, let's take a moment to talk about the soft skills, those executive functioning leadership skills that you don't always see on paper. Have you been to the farmer's market? That's Mallory, right? Have you seen her interact with young kids? Her interrelational skills through youth development programs, or what she does at CSD&B, our schools, her peer-to-peer programs, her grade-specific prevention campaigns are widely regarded and respected. And most importantly, did you know that Mallory still mentors CSD&B graduates on her own time and dime? Again, I understand your decision is really, really, really hard to make. But Mallory is doing it right now. She has the skills. The only thing she needs is the title.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Excuse me. Our next speaker is John Benigni. I hope I pronounced that right, John.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Benigni. I have the privilege and pleasure to be the CEO of the New Britain Berlin Meriden YMCA. I don't have the history that some of the other speakers have with Mallory. I met her about 8 years ago. At the time, I didn't know many people up here in New Britain, to be honest with you. And Mallory, I just cling to. She embodies New Britain to me and everything that she does. Fast forward, I had an opportunity to ask her to be on our board. She now serves on the YMCA board, and it does an outstanding job. So I fully endorse Mallory Dupree for this position, and hopefully it's a reality tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Marcy Muscal.
You got his name right, but you didn't get mine right.
Say it for me.
Marcy Moskal.
Oh.
Hi, everyone. I'm here tonight from the YMCA. I would like to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight on behalf of Mallory Dupree, who is in the running for the director of the New Britain Recreation and Community Services Department. My first contact with Mallory was very early on in my Y career when I was a health and wellness director and Mallory was in high school. I'm definitely not going to tell you how long ago that was, because then I would be giving up my age and hers. My sports background in New Britain allowed me to run programs at the Y that were close to my heart. Mallory, who was also super athletic, wound up being involved in my softball training program for the New Britain High School girls that incorporated strength workouts, a cardio component, and then we went up to the gymnasium to work on softball-specific drills and game situations. Mallory stood out to me not only for her excellent softball abilities, but she was an extremely hard worker and a strong leader. She was a no-nonsense kid who strived to become a better player and a teammate each and every session. The skills that she learned from playing sports was really the foundation for her excellent work ethic, her communication skills, and her team player attitude. I have followed Mallory's successes along the way, from graduating from Southern Connecticut with a degree in Recreation and Leisure Studies to her incredible 10 years of service with the YWCA, where she made a difference in the lives of countless middle. Can you hear me now? Okay. She made a difference in countless middle school and high school age children. To her current position here at the City of New Britain, her passion for helping children, families, seniors, individuals struggling with disabilities, homelessness, or drug addictions are unmatched. Mallory is the right person for this job. She's a leader, a collaborator, a community connector, a team player, a goal setter, someone who cares. Mallory knows our community better than anyone else. She grew up here. She grew here as a person and as a professional. She's hard hit in New Britain. Please do the right thing. Mallory deserves the opportunity, and so does our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcy. Our next speaker is Scott Clark.
Scott Clark, 26 Skipper Street. I've been on the Parks and Rec Commission for 3 years. I've only known Mallory for a few months. Ooh, don't like talking in public, obviously. She has some big shoes to fill taking over for Eric, but I know 100% she has the heart and desire to help the Parks and Rec Department get to new heights. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker is Christine Kuzia. Oh, she said good job.
Good job, last name.
I'm told it's Kuzia.
Well, Kuja, yeah. But you did a good job on it. Christine Kuja, 69 Metacomet Road, Plainville, Connecticut. I work at the YWCA, and I also do a little part-time work at the New Britain Senior Center. And I just want to say that I am here in support of Mallory and her appointment as the new Parks and Rec Director. I've known Mallory for over 15 years. We worked together for many years at the YWCA. I can say without hesitation, she is dependable, supportive, a team worker, firm, but fair. I have reached out to her many times over the years for support or advice, and she has never steered me wrong. I don't know a better person to be the head of Parks and Rec. She is hardworking, dedicated to her programs, and a great leader. She cares about the community, works well with others, and knows her stuff. I believe she has what it takes to run a department as large as Parks and Rec. She certainly has proven herself time and again with our youth, and I would be honored to be under her with the New Britain Senior Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christine. The next speaker is Margaret Dabrowski.
Hello, Margaret Dabrowski, 88 Pinehurst Avenue. I'm also a 911 dispatcher. I'm the union president for the dispatchers. I'm here to talk about the Cigna plan. I just want you to maybe postpone the vote. We don't have all the information on it. We did not get the formularies. There's a lot of information that was not given to us. The timeline was rather short. We were notified the end of January that the city was going out to bid, which is its right. I understand, because you want to be fiscally responsible with this. I understand that. A month later, not even, we got notice that you picked something, and then we had our little dog and pony show last Friday, how everything is going to be perfect and beautiful and wonderful. Equal or better, that's all we heard. We don't have a lot of information, and I understand that, you're having a vote tonight. If you can postpone the vote until all the information is in. We represent all the members, all the employees of the city. We have a lot of employees. The city runs because of the employees that you have, be it police, fire, dispatch, public works, city hall, all that. They deserve that respect to get all the information, because these are important things. These are important things, medication, doctors, if you have to switch doctors, these are very important things. On another note, I don't know Mallory very well, But I don't think all these people talking about her are lying. So I hope you vote her in, okay? Because she sounds like a great person, okay?
Thank you, Margaret. I'll take that as an endorsement, Margaret. Next speaker is John Board.
Good evening, members of the council. John Board, Highland Terrace. I'm here tonight to speak in strong support of the nomination of Mallory Dupre to be our next Director of Recreation and Community Services. I've had the privilege of working alongside Mallory on the Disabilities Commission, and I've seen firsthand her passion, care, and integrity that she brings to everything that she does. She's firm, but she's fair. She doesn't treat accessibility as a checklist. It's a value that runs through every single communication and conversation that you have with her. Whether it's accessibility programming, inclusive events, or even building long-term equity for residents with disabilities, Mallory always puts people first, especially those who are left out of the conversation. While we didn't overlap during her time at the YWCA, I've worked closely with the girls and young women who have benefited from the foundations that she laid. Programs like the House of Teens, which she created, which offers a safe and empowering space for young leaders to grow, lead, and thrive. Her impact still shapes many lives today. In her current role, she's tackled some of the city's most pressing challenges, from youth development to homelessness to substance abuse, and she's done it without blinking an eye. She's done it with complete empathy, partnership, and a deep understanding of how systems connect. Mallory isn't just ready for this role. She's been doing it and been doing the work. Her leadership, her vision, and her passion for New Britain is exactly what we need at this time. I urge you to confirm her nomination this evening. On another note, resolution number 4 with the Passover resolution. I hope that you guys pass this resolution. Passover is one of the most important holidays in the Jewish religion. I can go on and on, but tonight is Mallory's night, and I hope you guys confirm her nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Donald Malinowski.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Don Malinowski, 69 Baruta Street in New Britain. I'm here in support of Mallory Dupre for this position. She has proved to be a great administrator over the years. I've known her for about 10 or 12 years. Wanted to stand up tonight and let you guys know that I think you have the opportunity here to do the right thing and lift up another member of the city of New Britain. We always talk about our own homegrown residents, how well we do, and how New Britain is different. Here's your opportunity to support some of those words. I hope you do the right thing.
Thank you, Donald. Next speaker on the list is Robin Sharp.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for having me. I'm here also to voice my support for Mallory Dupre.
Robin, could you just state your name and address for the record?
Sorry, yes. Robin Sharp, 58 Bishop's Curve, Berlin, Connecticut. Do not live in New Britain, but I consider this my second home. I worked here for about almost 30 years. Here to voice my support for Mallory. I've known Mallory for about 17 years. Some of you may know us as friends, but we didn't start off that way. I was her boss. I was the director of the YWCA, and Mallory was a teacher. And she came to me with some concerns that she had about our programs and a bunch of ideas of how to make our programs better. And I saw this young woman and said to her supervisor at the time, we need to watch her because she knows how to get things done, and she is an up-and-coming leader. And I have been honored to be a part of her journey and her leadership. Mallory eventually at the YW became the director of all of our youth programs. And you know, anyone who's worked in a nonprofit, that as a director, you do a lot of other things as well. You don't just manage one program. You do everything from creating your budget and managing your budget to plunging a toilet if that's what's needed. You're managing staff and you're impacting children. And Mallory has had an impact on more of the children's lives in this city than I think any of us can count. I've got to put my glasses on. She has served on boards, on council. She traveled around the country presenting about New Britain's programs. She obtained and managed at the YWCA her first federal grants. She is a tireless advocate for this city and for the youth of this city. And I've watched with excitement and a lot of pride as she took on programs under the umbrella of community services that were run by some of the community nonprofits, including one that we ran at the YW, and she reimagined and reinvigorated those programs and brought in additional funding and has done amazing, amazing work with them. Mallory gives her heart and soul to everything that she does. She's talked about her years for the department, working for the Department of Parks and Rec, if you know her at all, and you could clearly see that she loves this city and loves Parks and Rec department and loves the role that that department plays in the city. She takes it very, very seriously. By appointing Mallory, you'd be giving the residents of New Britain a tireless, unapologetic advocate. She does not mince words. She's going to tell you like it is, but she is going to have the back of the city always. And you would be giving the staff of the department an incredible leader and mentor. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Our next speaker is Joey Listro.
Good evening, members of the Common Council. My name is Joey Listro, 33 Brooklawn Street. I'm here tonight to speak in full support of the mayor's appointment of Mallory Dupre as Director of Recreation and Community Services. I first met Mallory back in 2015 when she was the program coordinator at the YWCA. From the very beginning, I quickly realized that Mallory was a powerhouse. Never shy about speaking up, always passionate about getting the work done, and deeply committed to making things better for our community. In that role, she partnered with organizations like New Britain Roots to bring enrichment activities to the YWCA's out-of-school time programs. But her work didn't stop with her job description. She played a key role in citywide initiatives like Invest Health, helping organize the Build a Better Block event on the east side, which empowered residents to envision a healthier, more connected neighborhood. Mallory has always been someone who puts the community first. She helped Roots secure funding to expand our reach, not just to benefit her program or my program, but to serve the people of the city as a whole. Her work has never been about silos. It's about partnerships, shared purpose, and creating ripple effects that go far beyond their original effort. A great example of this was during her time leading the YWCA Strive program. Mallory worked with us at Roots to build a garden at Slade Middle School, not just as a project for her girls, but as a hands-on way to teach about gardening, nutrition, and self-reliance. She saw the bigger picture, though, and that was that fresh food grown in that garden could be donated to local food pantries and help feed others in our community for years to come. That's the kind of leader Mallory is, one who turns every opportunity into something meaningful and far-reaching. She served on countless coalitions and advisory groups, and she even brought her energy and insight as a former member of the Roots Board of Directors. We do miss her. After she transitioned into role with the City Office of Community Services, that same collaborative spirit came with her. Through her new role, she worked with me to ensure the survival of New Britain's only community garden, which is on Chapman Street. She also played a critical part in sustaining and expanding the New Britain Farmers Market, now the Main Street Market, which helps connect residents and downtown employees to fresh local food, entertainment, and small business vendors. These are just a few examples of how Mallory shows up for New Britain, not for recognition, but because she truly cares. She's experienced, she's compassionate, she's collaborative, and she's deeply committed to the city. Her high score in the competitive hiring process reflects her professionalism, but for those of us who worked with her, that's just confirmed what we already knew. Mallory's the right person for this job, and I wholeheartedly urge you to approve her appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joey. Next speaker on the list is Omar McDough. You're the spokesman, Omar?
Yeah, I'm the spokesman. Don't worry, they're not all talking.
Name and address.
Omar McDoo, 194 Linwood Street, New Britain. I'm obviously here in support of Mallory Dupree for Recreation Director. I'm one of the few people up here that have worked for Pete Ledger when I was in the Park and Rec Department, Bill DeMayo, Eric Barbieri, and now hopefully Mallory. Mallory, this is Mallory. She created the Youth Leadership Council. These are our future leaders. These are our future Common Council members. This is her vision, along with mine. But this is what she's all about, is giving these kids a chance to have a voice in their community. Mallory is as passionate a person about the city of New Britain as I am, and everybody who knows me know I'm not lying about that. She's lived here, she's worked here, she makes change for the good of everything she touches. She's like Midas. Everything she touches turns to gold. And if you recall, when she started in 2019, the Community Services Office was, let's just say, in disarray. Okay? 5 years later, we are nationally known. We have multiple awards and plaques that we've gotten throughout the state, and we are a beacon of prevention throughout the state of Connecticut. That is not by coincidence. That is hard work, that is vision, and that's a goal of Mallory. She will do the same thing with the Community Service Department, she did with the Community Service Department with Recreation, guaranteed. I am behind her 100%. I've been a city employee for 36 years, and I think I know what a good director looks like, and Mallory is the best director we can have. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. The next speaker is Raul Ortiz.
Good evening, Raul Ortiz, Stanley Street, New Britain. Tough act to follow after that with his entourage. I'm here in support of Resolution 10, 11, and 12, which all have to do with the fire department and its operations and equipment that the fire department needs. But while I'm here, I might as well talk about Resolution 17, right? I stand in support of Mallory Dupree. I've seen her come in 2019, as Omar had mentioned. That office was in disarray. We all know that. What I've seen Mallory do, and when she came in, I can tell you that I thought there'd be a learning curve. That learning curve was flattened out. She comes in, she hustles. It is the reason why I don't have access to the bathroom. All these kids running around on the 3rd floor is because of Mallory. What I can tell you is that I've been thoroughly impressed with the work she does. I take a lot of pride saying that she's from New Britain. I take a lot of pride in saying that she is a friend, but also, more importantly, the work she does for New Britain. I've seen the impact. And if that is any indication, the work she's done in the Community Services Department, I think the Parks and Rec Department will be in great hands with Mallory in the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Our next speaker is Matt Schofield.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Matt Schofield, 36 Sefton Drive, here in the great city of New Britain. Much like everybody else here, I'm here tonight to speak on the agenda item involving designated Mallory Dupree, officially as a director of the Recreation Community Services Department. In my tenure here for the department, which is now over 22 years of full-time and part-time experience, I've been fortunate to witness Mallory go from recreation attendant to YMCA coordinator to youth services coordinator and now acting director. Along with her distinguished service for the WCA, in just 5 years under Mallory's leadership, she has turned what was a mismanaged and generally forgotten about Community Services Department into a beacon of help and/or recovery for a variety of New Britain residents. Her staff development, along with programs and services that she has either made better or created, are quite impressive and deserves recognition. She is passionate about what she does and shows it every day. When I go by, I get to see her perform admirably as a leader, role model, teammate, manager, problem solver, and community organizer. Mallory was born and raised, as we all know, in this great city, and I cannot think of a better way to invest in this community than to show residents, especially young women, what is possible when you work hard, make right decisions, and most importantly, lead with your heart. All qualities that Mallory possesses without malice, ego, or for her own personal benefit. Put simply, she cares deeply for this community, a characteristic that you will not find if you hire somebody else. I know this because in my time here in New Britain, I've also been heavily involved with the Connecticut Recreation and Parks Association as a board member and a member of various committees. I've organized, networked, and planned numerous state events with a variety of up-and-coming professionals that have climbed the ladder to director, and I'm here to say with 100% certainty that Mallory is the right person for this job. Now, I think most people in this room know the situation involving tonight's vote. I think left to its own devices, it's probably not without certainty that the vote will not come out in Mallory's favor. Well, as you can see, in this room, there are plenty of people to speak on Mallory's behalf. Pillars of this community that are all here in one room to tell you with one voice that she is the right person. Instead of making tonight's vote about a political agenda, let's instead make it a night to remember. A night where the community gathered and made the right decision that will make New Britain better for the years to come. You will be proud of this decision. I promise. Now let's do the right thing and vote with your heart, because in the end, that's why you were elected to office, to do what's best for New Britain, and I urge you to do that part tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Our next speaker is Eric Dowling.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Eric Dowling. I'm Recreation Services Coordinator for the City of New Britain. I've been a Recreation Services Coordinator and serving the department for about 9 years now. I've had the pleasure of working with Mallory for several years, and I think she would make an excellent director for our department. From my experience working in the recreation field and being fortunate enough to be able to work with and in collaboration with many directors in other towns and cities via my association with the CRPA, I can confidently say that Mallory Dupre is more than qualified for this position. Something that all directors that I've worked with have in common is their certain leadership trait that allows them to rally their community and rally other community organizations. And speaking from my experience, Mallory has more than demonstrated this ability and excelled in those areas. We've worked together on special events and programs in the past where she has taken the lead and vastly improved upon those programs. Perfect example is one of our programs, our Main Street Market that happens over at Central Park. Prior to her taking over that event, the attendance was low, and it felt like the program was going to fade out, but she took charge. She came in, she rallied our community partners, and now a lot of people want to be a part of that event. We see attendance has increased, and that's just one example, but time and time again, she demonstrates the ability to improve on what we have here in the city. She has plenty of experience with her time working with the youth and working as the head of the Community Services Department with the YWCA. And in fact, in my experience and my knowledge of other cities and towns, Mallory is one of the more qualified and experienced candidates out there. She has a passion for this city. She grew up here, and it shows through her work. I've seen her vision for our department over the past few months and what we can do for the city, and I can truly say that I'm excited to come into work more than ever, thanks to her leadership and vision. I think the city has an excellent opportunity, and I think it would be a big miss if the city decided to go with a different candidate. It's all for all these reasons that I would like to see her be the director. Thank you for your time.
Eric, could you just state your name and address for the record? Thank you.
Yeah. What's that?
I didn't hear your name and address.
Oh, yep. Eric Dowling, Recreation Services Coordinator, 18 School Drive.
Thank you. I have one more speaker on the list. That's Mike Lorch.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mike Lorch, 44 Carriage Drive, Berlin, and my home away from home, 365 Hartford Road. I am the current superintendent of golf course operations at Stanley Golf Course. I am here tonight in support of Mallory Dupre. I've had the pleasure of working in conjunction with Mallory the past few months as she has taken the role as the acting director of the Recreation and Community Services Department. Mallory has hit the ground running ever since taking the director reins. She stepped up to the challenge with poise and confidence. She immediately took the time to meet with the many divisions within the department. I had the pleasure of showing her around the golf course property as well as elaborate on what it takes to manage the golf course on any given day. She was inquisitive throughout the tour, and I feel confident she has gained a much better grasp of our operation. Mallory has a great open line of communication and makes it a point to reach out and check in with me during the week, inquiring how everything is going on the course. I am also able to contact her at any given point of the day or at night. She always picks up her phone if need be. She's open to ideas and suggestions and will take the time to listen to me. I feel Mallory has an outstanding rapport with much of the staff within the department. With her working her way up through the department over the years, Mallory has been able to perform many of the duties. She knows what it takes and knows what is expected of the staff, with each and every one of them striving for excellence. I am confident that Mallory will continue to put in the hard work and dedication to the Recreation and Community Services Department. Mallory was born, raised, and resides in New Britain. She is New Britain. She will put that pride into the products that the community will ultimately benefit from under her direction and support to the many divisions within the department. Mallory has my utmost respect and support. It would be my pleasure to work closely with her in the capacity of director. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mike. That's all the names I have on the list. Anybody calling in? All right. This gentleman first. Sorry.
James Jones, 71 Karen Drive, New Britain, Connecticut. I'm the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club, but I know Mallory since she was in middle school. Mallory was one of our Park and Rec students at Roosevelt, and my wife was Mallory's mentor when she was her camper at Roosevelt. I watched Mallory grow up into a very strong community leader in this community. As the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club, as Paulette said, we meet monthly talking about the needs of this community and what our kids need. And Mallory's not shy about asking for anything for our kids. I work with adults, but I work for kids. I pay attention to who's working against our kids and who's working for our kids. I've never had to put a check mark on Mallory's name because she was not for our kids. I pay attention to that because at the end of the day, these kids are our future. My daughter is also in Mallory's local prevention committee. She also represents Connecticut at the CADCA level. So my daughter and Daniel applied to represent the state of Connecticut, and they were chosen from New Britain. That's very ironic that someone from New Britain is chosen to represent the whole state on that level. This weekend they'll be in Washington representing our town. That's because of Mallory, okay? It's a no-brainer for me. Politics aside, I'm pretty sure I heard a lot of rumors. I didn't know I was coming here tonight for that. I thought I was bringing my daughter to this, but I'm here for it, okay? Mallory's a leader. Everybody put their politics aside. Let's do what's right for our community. Have a director that we can call and say, hey, we need this, text that. I have not talked to Eric Barberi in 5 years as a CEO of the Boys and Girls Club. I have not seen him at one of our meetings in 5 years about this community. So Mallory's been there, not even in that role, and that's the kind of leader that we want in this community. I've heard rumors about people lining up for this job. Hey, Eric's gonna go here and this person's gonna come here, he's gonna get this pension, he's gonna get this pension. That's not what we're for. A lot of people come to New Britain for that because we pay good salaries here. And those are people who just sit here and write it out and leave and go make another pension somewhere else. Mallory's committed to New Britain. Let's think about that process. A lot of people who are applying for this job, it's because they're looking for a second pension. She's doing it for the right reasons for our kids. Thank you.
Wait. Well, we have people in the queue ready to talk, but you, sir, come on ahead.
Good evening. Dave McCarskey. I live in Plainville, but I'm here as the Police Department Union President. I feel like I have to say positive words about Mallory. That's not why I'm here, but I deal with her multiple times a year for different events. I can't speak highly enough about her. She's a great person and a great asset to the city. I am here about the city's proposed change to Cigna Insurance for city employees. We were first received the details about this change on April 9th. There are still many questions and concerns that we have that haven't been addressed yet. Based on the information that we've received, we feel that there's a large discrepancy in administration fees. We also believe that Anthem's prescription rebates are undervalued at about $1 million annually. Anthem's discounts are better than Cigna's, which will be a cost that's passed on to city employees. The provider network has a 97.3% match. However, there are 48 behavioral health providers plus 7 psychiatric neuro, which equates to 55 providers being out of network. We don't know how many of those are pediatric behavioral health providers. That's a big concern for children who are going through mental health crisis. It's important to maintain continuity with their providers. In addition, there are 40 chiropractors not in the network, 2 acute general care hospitals in Connecticut that are not in network, 9 primary care providers, 11 clinical labs, 2 pediatricians, and assortment of other specialties totaling 198 providers who will no longer be in network. There are many members citywide who will be impacted by the disruption. There are 78 prescription drugs representing 683 prescriptions that are excluded from the Cigna formulary. This can be very disruptive to members who are on these prescription drugs. 13 drugs are moving to a higher tier, but most are remaining neutral. We are not opposed to the change at all. We are just looking for more time for it to be tabled, for us to do to obtain more information, and for us to do the proper research. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm going to alternate between the caller in and then I'm punched in until tomorrow morning, so everybody who wants to speak will be able to speak. But could we have the first online caller? Hello, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Prompt them with the last 4 of their phone number because they don't have any idea. 5508. 5508, you're on. Or not. All right. Well, we'll come back to that. Let's turn to anybody else in the room who wants to speak. And I see somebody approaching the podium.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Marlo Grappone, Executive Director for HRA of New Britain, 21 Parkmore Street in New Britain. I'm also a resident. I'm here to speak on behalf of Mallory Dupre, as many others have done. I'm doing this especially because I've known her for nearly 20 years. We worked in the trenches together. As many have mentioned here, she's done the work, and it's time for her to be considered. If it's an opportunity that she should be considered for, I think you should see that skills are meeting dedication, passion, compassion, love, caring, and empowerment of the young people in this community, all that I have witnessed in the work that she does over many years. And as my colleague James mentioned, I have to echo his sentiments concerning others in the role previously have never reached out to us. I have been in the role as executive director at HRA for 5 years as well, and have had many opportunities to interact with Mallory and to collaborate on programming, to enhance the community events that are happening, to see our youth that are assigned to her department through the Summer Youth Employment to flourish, to gain skills, for her to expose them to many opportunities that they were interested in. She's done a wonderful job, and I just have to come here and reinforce that before you, and I hope you take it into consideration. What all these people are saying, it is true. She has heart, and I hope people reign over politics.
Thank you, Dr. Pavone. I'll try another online caller, if we could. Last four numbers. Caller 5508, you have 3 minutes. State your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Melody Rivera, and I'm from 82 Lorraine Street. Hello, everyone. I'm the Vice Chair of the Commission on Persons with Disabilities, and I wanted to take the time to express my support for Mallory Dupre. I would be happy if she would be the new Recreation and Community Services Director for multiple reasons. She's shown great dedication in all of her work and does a great job with communicating with everyone, whether it's to resolve any kind of issue or to express gratitude and compliment someone for their good work. Mallory has also been a great support for our commission and has attended some of our meetings and provided great feedback. I also wanted to mention that Mallory has given great advice for me personally. She's told me before that you have to be a part of the change that you want to see, and that's something that I think means a lot. It's very important to have someone who wholeheartedly believes in that, be in a leadership position, and I'm confident that she will be able to do great things with this role. On behalf of the Commission on Persons with Disabilities, I want to thank Mallory for all the good that she's done for us and for the city overall. We look forward to continuing working with her, and I wish the best for Mallory, and I hope everyone has a great rest of your day.
Thank you for calling in. Anybody in the audience wish to step forward? Anybody? Come on up. And name or names and address for the record. You're a trio speaking, is that right?
No, I'll be speaking and so will my peer.
Okay.
I'm Jeremiah Hairston. I live at 301 Farmington Avenue. And I just want to say I'm here in support of Miss Mallory. And as a child, I'm sure like that it's kind of like shocking that I'm coming up here to speak. But I just want to say, as someone who's been in recreational like camp during the summer and has gone through the YMCA and is now in LIT and is doing programs such as the youth prevention, I just want to say I see Miss Mallory at almost every event, so I can already just tell from that she is very involved. And while I don't know her personally and I can't work with her, I can already tell like in the few months that I've been in youth prevention and have met her, I can just see she has the attitude that she wants to get things done. And after you've seen everything that everybody's talked about today, I just want you to really take that into account and see that she is more than credible to take this position. And I'm going to pass it on to my peer.
Hi, my name is Thorn Roy. I live at 64 Gladiola Street in New Britain here. I've been on the Youth Prevention Council since I was in 8th grade. I'm also in the New Britain Explorers as an FTO. I just want to say Mallory is probably one of the best people, if not the best person that you could have to be in this position. To even question if she should be in this position or not is kind of surprising to me. I haven't personally known her, but I know that all the support that she gives to youth prevention, to the YWCA, to Boys and Girls Club, to almost every organization here in New Britain and in other towns, that she should have this role. It's basically designed for her right now. She has done so much for this community, and she's done so much for the children specifically, for prevention, for the homeless people, for everyone that she can reach out to. And I think that you should take into consideration that you have 3 students up here right now, ready to defend her, ready to support her. And I think that's better than any other candidate can do right now. Thank you.
Next caller. 9073. Caller 9073. You have 3 minutes. State your name and address for the record. Go ahead.
Hi, yes, my name is Denise Berkshire. My name is Denise Berkshire. I'm at 129 Amherst Street. I am the current chairperson for the Commission for Youth and Family Services, a commission that for a long time wasn't actually operating, that Mallory brought back. There's so many things I could say that everyone has already touched here. Justin Dorsey, Ms. Fox, James Jones, Ian Maddox. to you about all of the things that Mallory has done in this community. I have a hard time sometimes here wondering why we do these things, why we cut our nose off to spite our face. I don't understand why this is even a discussion. You've heard so many people here today who work part-time, myself included, who believe in Mallory, who believe what she can bring to the table, who believe that she can create connections and collaborations in a way that no one had in the past. And we've had great directors, and I was proud to serve them. But I'm so excited to see what Mallory can do for us. On a personal note, my son Joey is an original member of the Youth Leadership Council. One thing about Mallory is, yes, it's about the whole community, but she will take a minute and stop and really be a part of one person's village. And when we were struggling with Joey, Coach O and Miss Mallory were right there for him. And I think that speaks volumes when Mallory could have been doing a million other things. It just speaks to her character. So I seriously will stand by Mallory, and I hope that we do the right thing for our city, for our state, for our community as a whole, and put her in this director position. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Yes, just before you begin, there is another sign-up sheet. If people want to, who intend to speak, you can sign up, and that'll be relayed to me. Well, but you can state your name and address for the record. That's good enough, so.
Hi, I'm Mona Starchevsky. I live on Stanley Street in New Britain. He has to start the clock again.
You don't have 32 seconds, you have 3 minutes.
I've been a resident for 35 years, and this is the first time I've taken the opportunity to address the council. So I do feel very strongly about the candidate up for consideration. I've had the pleasure of working under Mallory Dupre for nearly 5 years. Mallory joined the city just before COVID struck. She hit the ground running and demonstrated her leadership ability right off the bat. Under her direction, our department showed up every day and continued to do our work during a very difficult time, as did the rest of City Hall. As you've heard from dozens of people by now, she's a New Britain native. She's familiar with every experience New Britain has to offer, from schools to employment to recreation. A natural leader by example, she is a force for objective good in our community, and her skill set has developed in her years with the city. Her enthusiasm, commitment, and vision, as well as compassion and empathy, is inspiring to others. Even in her brief time in this new position as acting director, I've seen her revive and spearhead necessary projects that were previously withering on the vine, stalled due to inaction and/or indecision, and move these projects forward at a rapid pace. Mallory should absolutely be named to this leadership position. Her level of personal ethics and work ethics is rare and unshakable. The city deserves to have a manager like her. She has the skills, but just as importantly, she has a lifelong love of the city and all of its peoples. I personally admire her. It does sound corny, but I'm really proud of the work we do. Like Eric said, I'm proud to come to work every day. She's absolutely the best boss I've ever had. This sentiment is echoed by many of my colleagues. You, the city council members, each have to decide what kind of leader you are. Are you really a leader? Will you consider what is best for our city? Ms. Dupre stands strong. She's beholden to no one and stands on her own merit and accomplishments. Please approve this nomination without delay and watch our city rise to new heights. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 4354, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Yes, hi, my name is Antonio Oriola. My address is 8 for LeBret, and AJ. I am the chairperson of People with Disabilities. I've been sitting at the board for 12 years. I am here to support Mallory to be our last Recreation Review Services Director. She always listens to us whenever we need help. She always there when we need her. She is always listens to us all the time, and she prefers to listen to us and support and help us. So I suggest to elect her to be the next director of Recreation Services. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anaida Ruiz Leon. I work here at the Community Services Office as the Prevention Coordinator, but I do live in 23 Girthmere Drive, West Hartford, Connecticut. So I'm here because I'd like to start off by stating that I am in full support for Mallory's appointment of the Director of Recreations and Community Services Office. Not only is Mallory dedicated to New Britain, but more importantly, she is an advocate for the individual. One of the first comments Mallory made to me when I started working at the Community Service Office is, "I see something in you that you don't quite see in yourself." And to put it simply, she stands by this logic for all of the individuals that she interacts with. Mallory is not only an advocate for the community of New Britain, but she is also an advocate for the members who support the very community. I fully believe that a great leader and a great director is a person who builds a good team that supports one another, that feels accomplished in the very things that they do, and they feel that they look forward to going to work every day. I can personally say that I look forward to going to work every single day. I feel supported by Mallory, by her efforts and everything that she does, and by the very team that I get to have the pleasure of working with. She is someone who is great at what she does. She shows her grit and tenacity just by the beautiful interactions that she has with the very community that she is able to interact with. And she quite literally just demonstrates a love for New Britain, and you can never take that away from her. So I strongly advise that you vote in favor for her, because she will do a great thing for the community and for the very people that are serving the community. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. We have no more online callers, but please step forward if you'd like to speak. Name and address, 3 minutes.
I'll keep it brief. My name is Mike Nodden. I'm a retired captain, City of New Britain Fire Department. I reside in Bristol, Connecticut. I've been asked by the Fire Department Union to come and speak for them. On retiring 17 years ago, I took a job as a vice president for a large multinational insurance agency called Assured Partners, formerly Founders Insurance Group. They provided me with the information on the proposed Cigna change. I've worked with Cigna, I've worked with Anthem, I've worked with over the last 39 years, I've worked with every insurance carrier, health insurance carrier in the state of Connecticut. The financial information that I was given leaves a lot of holes. It's a well-known fact that Anthem's network discounts are substantially lower than Cigna's, Aetna's, United Healthcare's. And your illustrations here show that their claims pick for next year is going to be exactly the same as Anthem's. That never happens. Like I said, I did this for 39 years. I've never seen that. State law requires the insurance carriers to release any and all financial information and proposed benefit information in negotiations to your collective bargaining units, and from everything I've heard from every one of them, none of them have it. So I would ask and caution you to take your time, table tonight's proposed motion, to give these people a chance to look and see how this is going to impact their membership, but more importantly, how it's going to impact you as a city. Because I personally don't see the savings that they're speaking of. Personally, I don't know Mallory, but after listening I really wish I did. I was born here, raised here, and worked here for 21 years. Sounds like an outstanding woman. Thank you.
Thank you. Just restate your name and address for us.
I'm sorry. It's Mike Nodden. My address is 31 Vermont Drive, Bristol, Connecticut.
Thanks, Mike.
I couldn't afford a house here when I was buying my house in Bristol. True.
Oh, thank you. Please step up if you'd like to speak.
Good evening. Miles Mason, East Road, Bristol, Connecticut. I'm here in my capacity as the Local 992 New Britain Firefighters Union President. I'm also speaking regarding the proposed Cigna change for our insurance. I'm asking that you table that and we are allowed time to do our due diligence on the matter. I greatly respect the efforts that went into the negotiations process when we, went through that negotiating our CBA, as I'm sure the city does as well. All we're asking is that we continue to respect that process. We've been told things won't change, and I'm asking this council to provide us with a chance to make sure that that is the case. For that reason, I filed a demand to bargain with the city, just making sure that everything is transparent and above board. I appreciate the weight of this change, as I'm sure you all do. Healthcare for our public servants truly is a matter of life and death. 5% projected savings over 3 years should not be prioritized over the wellness of this community's employees. With PTSD and cancer decimating our field, the need for quality health care, as well as the doctors and mental health professionals my members have developed a strong rapport with, has never been more important. I urge you all to take true actionable steps to support your public servants. Allow us the opportunity to make sure that those that are educating our children and protecting our community are not left out to dry. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, anybody else wish to speak to the council? Anybody else? To my right? Not to my right, really, but go ahead.
Daniel M. Salerno, 80 Jones Drive, New Britain, Connecticut. I come here as a citizen, certainly, and I am the city treasurer, and I have spent 8 years in the seats that you're sitting in now. I don't recall ever having this many superlatives said in one room for anyone who's ever walked into any situation here in the Common Council, ever. You've heard it all. It's almost redundant to go further. But it's also diversity that's here in the city, right here in this room. Now, it's funny because I met Mr. Prey on a softball field. Parks and Recreation, my gosh, what a great way to start. She was about the age of some of those young people that walked out the door. I knew right then and there that she was a leader. She led her team, she led her friends. And over the time in business that we're in, folks, we actually do make friends. I consider her a peer, a professional, but she's a friend. And there's nothing wrong with friendship. This position is a civil service position. It had an interview process. It had people outside and inside this community basically going through that process. Mr. Prey passed that process. I have it on pretty good information that should Mr. Prey not receive this job, I'm sure that she probably can get another job somewhere else. They would love us to make the mistake not to have her as a director of Park and Recreations in the city of New Britain. We've done it before. So I just ask this council to do a unanimous effort to appreciate that this individual who's homegrown, cultivated in the city, born and raised here in the city of New Britain, one of our own, is someone who wants to be able to protect and to be able to monitor and make sure we keep our parks and our systems and our kids healthy and safe. I know you can do that because I know you're all responsible people and you care about the city. That's the only reason you're here. So do that for this human being who is a peer, your peer, and my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salerno.
I know.
Needs no introduction, but state your name and address for the record.
Matthew Marino, 20 Karen Drive, New Britain, Connecticut. Full transparency, I know you started the clock, and if I go over 3 minutes, it's the deputy that's going to have to drag me out of here. I don't want to put him in an awkward spot. But I did hold out because there's a little Yankee-Red Sox rivalry, and I purposely wanted Mr. Salerno to go first so I could say that I beat him and held out to the very end. So I'm obviously in support of Mallory, but I do want to share with all of you that, you know, and I also want to speak to her because I know that she's been in the back of this room with tissues in her hand for almost the entire time. My relationship with Mallory is not one that I'm sure that you all, you know, think you can picture, and that's not for any reason other than it just hasn't grown to where it is today until recently. We didn't, you know, grow up together, although we shared the same generational experiences and went to New Britain Public Schools. It's not like we shared the same social circles or were great friends. We just didn't, you know, our paths didn't cross up until our professional relationship started to take off. And I can tell you that she is one of the most professional, albeit brash and straightforward and very direct, one of the most professional people I've worked with. And I do want to speak to her because I think that out of the majority of us in this room, I can relate to the position she's in right now. I still have a minute and 42
That's
seconds
not your
left.
offstage thing. You got another minute.
I can relate to the position she's in right now, having been in it myself about 2 years ago. And it really, you know, took a toll on me as a New Britain kid that was raised to love this city. And I want her to know that all she needs right now is what's in this room, the love and support that she has that has stuck around to support her in this moment is enough for anybody. I do challenge how many pairs of sneakers she has at home because I did hear recently that it's over 200, and I'd like to, you know, call that into question, Mallory, while you're sitting back there. But if nothing else, Mal, at the end of the day, much like Mr. Salerno said, this community supports you. We all love you. You've earned the right to be here. I hope you don't question that at any point. And if you ever need anything, you can call me. I will always be there for you.
Thank you.
Barbara Marino, 85 Batterson Drive. I think it's been quite evident to everybody here tonight. I mean, I would like, could I put your name on the agenda for the Board of Ed meeting so we can get a crowd like this? I mean, really. Bipartisan support here tonight, people. Bipartisan support. So I'm hoping that you all do your bipartisan duty and support her as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marino. Anybody else wish to address the council? Anybody else? Anybody else? Hearing none, this portion of public participation is over at 8:26. And I would invite any alderman to comment on what they've heard tonight. I'll recognize Alderman Simpson first, and then he had his hand up first.
Thank you. As always, thank you everybody for coming out tonight. I know you have lives you're taking away from to be here with us. So normally we see seats here. Today we see faces, and that's thanks to all of you guys. I'm grateful to see a lot of new faces here, particularly union leaders, which, by the way, given the concerns you guys expressed about the Cigna transition, come see me after these comments, and I want all of you to have my contact information, because our city is upheld by workers, and without workers, we have nothing, and that includes the department head nomination, which many, if not I think all remaining persons spoke on. last night, I myself was at that podium chairing a meeting, and I said to the room, you know, we are here as elected officials to conduct the business of the city of New Britain. We will not be doing anything political tonight. And based on the community input here, I'm going to really urge my caucus to have this conversation over again. The recommendations we just heard came from 3 constituencies that I really focus on when I do a power analysis. And that is, this candidate here, Mallory Dupre, has the support of the people above her who have had this position, who have worked in New Britain Parks and Rec. She has the endorsement of people immediately beside her who sit there and do the work with her. And she has the endorsement of the people who are subject to her decisions, being the youth, the coaches, our middle school dean, OIC, countless community leaders. So I'm going to ask my caucus to have this conversation after, but before that, union leaders, get the contact information from me. We need to talk about this budget. Thank you.
Alderman Belancevedo. Before you begin, Alderman, just want to recognize Alderman Pabon has joined us, and especially appreciate you being here tonight, Willie.
Yes. We all give you our sympathies, Willie. Thank you for joining us. So I just want to stand up and thank you all for coming. It is a testament to the person that Mallory is. I know her both professionally and personally, and I am very pleased to be able to vote in favor of Mallory tonight. Our caucus, which is the Rudd Caucus, there's 7 members of us. We do not have to revisit the issue of Mallory's appointment because we have always been in support thereof. So we will not need to break in caucus to discuss the input of the community because we had heard of it before this evening, and what you said tonight just reinforced the decision that we had already made to support our colleague, Mallory Dupre. As the charter prescribes, the mayor, we go through a civil service process, the finalists go to the mayor recommends to the council, and with the council's consent, the person is appointed. This process was followed exactly as prescribed by the charter. The ultimate candidate came before us, and there is not a person here who can have a substantial reason for not supporting Mallory. It will be shocking to me for anyone to try and delay or disavow this appointment this evening. So Mallory, from the Rudd Caucus, we fully support you. We've worked with you for many years in a multiple capacities, and we look forward to continuing the work as you as the next head of the Park and Community Services Department. And thank you all again for being here and sharing your insights to Mallory.
Thank you, Alderman. Any? You've had one bite at the apple, haven't you? Yeah. Oh, Alderman, is it Alderman Scott? Okay.
Okay. Hi. I just want to thank everybody for coming out. I really appreciate seeing so many people, and I respect and I heard every single one of you. Usually I address every single one of you personally, but I can't do that tonight. I apologize. I don't really feel so well. But I do thank everybody for coming. I do personally, I appreciate and I like the work that you do, Mallory. I just want to make that extremely clear that I do appreciate the work that you do. And I did want to say something about John for coming for Passover. Thanks for saying that. And the healthcare stuff. I'm a mental health licensed professional counselor, and I heard what you guys said about that too. There's so many issues with healthcare, so I'm sure we'll have a conversation about that before that comes up too. I think we need to talk about what we're doing about that. And so I really appreciate everybody for coming, and I do want to say that me personally, I can just speak for myself and anybody who knows me here, everything I do, it is not, I don't even consider myself a politician. I am here because I want to make our community better. So any decision that I make, it is not political. I'm not trying to have a political argument. I'm trying to have an argument I'm trying to make the best decision for the people. So if I ever disagree with something, that's why, because I think that it's not good for my community, for our community, our village. And I do agree with that, with the work that Mallory does. So I just want to be very clear and transparent about that. And thank you, Gail, for earlier. I wanted to point out the whole conversation about the video working. I hope it's working tonight. I know last night I did hear, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I heard it working, like I could hear something. So that has been an ongoing issue. So I hope that everybody at home can see and hear everything tonight. But I don't want to talk for too long. I'm not Cory Booker, and I know we want to get moving on with things. So thank you guys again for coming tonight, and I'm sure we'll have a conversation. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman. Any other members who haven't spoken? Any other members who haven't spoken? Alderman Pabon.
Thank you, sir. Well, I was at a wake just now, and that's why I came a little late. But I couldn't let Mallory down. I know this young lady for years, and she's one of the best ladies, the best possible director that we can have. I don't think we should turn her away. Thank you on that one. And now, since we got all these people here, how come you guys don't show up when it's tax time? Complain about the budget. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Pabon. Any other members? Any other members? Where am I? Okay. I saw Alden and then Alderman Barboza. Alden.
I just want to thank you all for being here. As I drop everything. You know, I listened to every one of you, and every time you spoke, I wanted to cry. Because I know Mallory, and Mallory is the right person for this job. She was a yes vote from the beginning, and she's going to be that vote when I stand up to vote for her. I want to thank you, Mallory, for being here, and thank you for everything you do for this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Barboza.
Thank you all for coming. Appreciate the feedback and the positive messages you've all left about Mallory. But it is nice to have friends. It really is. They can help you move up the ladder very easily. But not that they got Mallory, but on another note, I know Mallory personally. Mallory, I first met Mallory when my daughters were at Smalley Elementary School when they were attending the Park and Rec after school program. I'm a parent that I'm not too keen on leaving my children anywhere. But after the first day that they had with Mallory, it was very impactful. Even 25 years later, they still talk and love Mallory, and they get excited when they see Mallory. Mallory, from what I've listened and what I've heard and what I've seen, has a lot of connections within the community. And it would be very wasteful to bring in someone new to start these connections again, since Mallory already has them, and it looks like she's formed very strong bonds within the community. The children love her, parents love her. I love Mallory. Mallory knows that. I would say let's appoint Mallory.
Thank you, Alderman. Any other aldermen? Smedley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mallory Dupre is my best friend. Beyond that, Mallory is friends with Alderwoman Saavedra, friends with Alderman Hargraves, Russell, Melanowski, Pabon, friends with other department heads in the city as evident here today, friends with hundreds of students and youth in our city who have been participants in many citywide programs and community organizations that Mallory has stepped foot into. Mallory is friends with staff at the YWCA, KinderCare, OIC, Roots, the Chamber of Commerce. Mallory is friends with massive community organization leaders who spoke here tonight, like Robin Sharp, Paulette Fox, Dr. Marlo Grappone, James Jones. Mallory is friends with staff from her office who also spoke here tonight, which was huge accomplishments. Friends with various Board of Ed members, the police chief, the fire chief, EMS chief. Mallory is best friend to many in this room, and yes, Mallory is friends with the mayor. Because Mallory is like that. It's one of the qualities that separates her from the other candidates for this position. The fact that someone has friends in this city should not affect their ability to be successful in their work, receive a promotion, apply for a job, or provide the best skill and dedication to their job if they've worked to meet the criteria for that position. Mallory has worked in this city for over 25 years. Her friendships have grown during that time. She has not used them to get ahead. This council, the Board of Education, departments from within City Hall, community organizations, and many others constantly, and people here tonight said this, talk about growing our own, training up and pushing our friends and colleagues outside of their comfort zone to succeed and represent our city. Guess what? Mallory has made her career thus far doing just that. So I struggle to understand the other side's concerns leading up to today that Mallory is a friend of the mayor and that it's pause for concern that should be handled by the new incoming mayor or administration or council. I don't think we're supposed to just stop doing business. We're here till November. The mayor's here till November. No one has left. No council members have stepped down. The community has shown up tonight and are filling this room. And it was said earlier, it doesn't often happen. A process was followed and finalists were selected. Mallory has something no other candidate has. She has institutionalized knowledge of the culture of our city, knowledge of interdepartment workings. Mallory has the hard-hitting blood. She knows our community and knows what we need to continue to be one of the best places to live and grow our families in. Since January, Mallory's been acting director of the Recreation and Community Services Department and has made strides building on the past leadership's footprint. She's engaged with and implemented a new software called MyRec to help the department operations become more efficient. She's planned Prevention Palooza, Celebrate New Britain, and the Rose Garden Festival for this coming year. She's stepped up and began an improved management of the pavilion construction at Stanley Golf Course, the Swiss Chalet at A.W. Stanley, and other projects, all while doing her incredible job as Community Services Director as well. These projects are now nearing completion because of her leadership. She presented a responsible budget and has continued to apply for grants from various foundations for youth within our city programming.
Excuse me, Alderman Smith. Could I ask Alderman Barboza to kill your mic?
Oh, she didn't.
Oh, Alderman Russell. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm proud to call Mallory a best friend, and each and every one of you in this room should be as well. We need to stand behind our own and champion their growths. I urge each and every council member on both sides of the ticket here tonight to put your political thoughts aside. Put your personal thoughts aside from previous conversations. Put your vote where it counts and where it will be powerful. Grow our city. Do what is right for the community and the future. Appoint Mallory as the Recreation and Community Services Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Smedley. Alderman Hargraves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to say my remarks until the resolution, but everybody else is speaking now, so I figured I'd say something now. I was almost in tears, Mallory, as people were speaking today, and that just speaks volume about the person that you are. I first met Mallory, and I was just thinking, it's 20 years ago now, back in 2005, when I started as a Rock Cats parking attendant with the New Britain Parks and Rec Department, and she was one of my very first supervisors back in 2005. I can't believe it's been 20 years. I'm dating myself now. Since then, we've been together through after-school program networks. We traveled to Rhode Island together to learn about their after-school programs in Providence. We're a part of contingent that got New Britain the All-America City Award out in Denver, Colorado, along with Robin Sharp, too. I see her shaking her head there. And then I get to know you, then we got to work back together here at City Hall, where I work very closely with your department as a human rights officer. And I can say that when you came into that role, you definitely transformed that office and community services and made it more accessible to the community and actually provided answers to the people that need those answers to their questions. So it's great working with you. I'm looking forward to you being the new Director of Recreation and Community Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Does any other member wish to speak? Alderman Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the great opportunity to be on the interview panel that selected Mallory and another candidate to go to the mayor. And me personally, I was not impressed by any other candidate quite the way I was impressed by Mallory. Her passion and knowledge were evident as they came through. And more than that, I mean, I feel like I'm new to the game. I've only known Mallory for about 10 or 12 years. So, I mean, she's been a great friend over that time too, and nobody cares and loves New Britain more than her. She's personally patched me up when I got injured. And I'll be proud to support her tonight.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Gibson.
Yes, I will be supporting Ms. Melody Dupree. Sorry. I happen to connect with her in various roles as a community leader in this great city of New Britain. But one of the biggest appointee that I had was being on the Commission of Youth and Families here. And we was asked to revitalize that commission. And enough is said. Local awards, state awards, national recognition, the local youth prevention council. It's embodied everything that Mallory believes in and her passion for the city. So I hope the vote goes in the right way and support Mallory Dupree. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. I see no other hands up. So with that, I would just comment to our firefighter and police representatives here tonight. That item is going into executive session at this meeting, and we appreciate your stepping forward, and also Mr. Dabrowski for stepping forward and commenting on it. With that said, the regular meeting, it is now 8:44, and again, appreciate everybody who came forward. To reiterate, Alderman Pabon, you better show up at the public hearing on the budget next month, right? So, thanks for coming. The regular meeting will begin shortly.
if all alderpersons could start making the way to their seats, we're gonna get going. My phone is dead. Thank you for covering at 6:30. I just got back.
I know.
Flights delayed, everything was like fucking crazy.
From Washington?
Good, I think. I think, I'll see. It'll be the first of many.
Your mic is on.
Yeah. I know, I just heard my echo. All right. Oh, who are we missing? Alderwoman Scott. I could tell a couple jokes. I don't know.
She's in the back.
She coming? All right, we'll get this meeting started. I would like to call to order this regular meeting of the New Britain Common Council. The date is April 9th, 2025. The time is 8:55 p.m. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Alderpersons McNamara.
Here.
Smedley.
Present.
Sanchez.
Here.
Beloin Saavedra.
Here.
Simpson.
Here.
Russell.
Here.
Barbosa. Hargraves.
Here.
McAdam. Gibson.
Here.
Scott.
She's here.
Connors. Malinowski. Babone. Santiago.
Present.
14 members present, Your Honor.
15. Oh, you're right, Connors ain't here. Sorry. Thank you. Can we all please rise for the invocation? It will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. O God, our Heavenly Father, the Board of Finance and Mayor Stewart have completed their hard work crafting next year's budget. Provide our bipartisan Common Council the understanding and compassion to recognize New Britain's financial challenges and provide them the common sense and knowledge necessary to cost-effectively balance the needs of all in our community. We ask this in thy name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before we get started with the agenda this evening, I would like to call up for a special presentation. We have our New Britain St. Patrick's Day Parade contingent that is here, and Maggie, Heath, Ringrose, Kathy Cheney, and come on, Chloe, are you coming up too? And Chloe Santana, who are here to make a very special presentation to us and also to the New Britain High School Marching Band, I believe, too. Maggie.
The mic.
Oh, push the little face. I don't know if you can see it.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I appreciate your time tonight, and I appreciate the support that you have given us all year for the New Britain contingent of the Greater Hartford St. Patrick's Day Parade. I see a lot of you that marched with us this year, and we sure had a good time. And we also did New Britain proud, I believe, not only on television, but through the streets of Hartford. We were very proud this year to honor Alderman Sharon Beloin Saavedra as our town marshal, and Attorney Michael Carrier, who was here, I don't know if he still is. Oh, good. Hey, Michael. As our town honoree. And those, we honor two different people every year who have provided community service on a volunteer level. And we couldn't have been happier this year to have the two of them representing us. Once again, for the third year in a row, we have been honored with our award as the best town contingent in the Greater Hartford St. Patrick's Day Parade. Three-peat. Yeah. And this year, we also built a float, which we had never done before. And it represented the original...
Oh my God. She is.
The original settler families of New Britain and Dublin Hill, which was the section in which the Irish lived. And Sister Mary Catherine will talk more about that.
Fan favorite on the float, which was a fabulous job, but we did, on our first attempt, win the blue ribbon for best float in the parade this year. So we got 3 awards this year.
Thank you, Sister Mary Catherine.
And also another three-peat, and actually probably more than that, because before New Britain had a contingent, our high school band, no surprise to anybody, has won the best high school band again in the 2025 Hartford St. Patrick's Day Parade. So if Mr. Carlin, if Ellie and Maura could come up, we'd like to present the plaque, another piece for your trophy case.
All right.
Congratulations. Oh, take a picture.
Justin, you want to get in the picture?
No.
Come on. You had nothing to do with it?
Carlin.
Come on, Mr. Carlin.
The band couldn't do it without you.
You guys are just gonna stay there for the mayor, and then...
And Mayor, can we present you with another plaque for your wall? Best town contingent. Chloe Santana, who is works for the New Britain Public Library, but is also on the town contingent committee, was mowing the lawn in this year's parade.
Can't run in heels. Thank you all very much. Thank you all for what you do throughout the year. Very exciting for us and proud. Alderman Santiago, let's do the minutes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I make a motion to accept the minutes of the regular meeting of March 12th, 2025. Second.
I have a second by Alderman Russell. Any questions, comments, changes on the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Amendments to the agenda, Alderman Santiago.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to move 17, Resolution 17, up to the 1, and then continue down that way.
Second. I have a second from Alderman Smedley. Any questions or comments on that? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderpersons McNamara,
Yes.
Smedley,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Beloin Saavedra,
Yes.
Simpson,
Yes.
Russell, Barbosa, Hargraves, McAdam,
Yes.
Gibson,
Yes.
Scott, Malinowski, Pabon, Santiago.
Yes.
14 in favor, Your Honor.
Thank you. Motion carries. We're going to go into petitions this evening, Mr. Clerk.
No petitions, Your Honor.
All right, then we're going to move into our consent agenda. Alderman Santiago.
Yep. Thank you, Your Honor. I make a motion to accept the consent agenda of item A.
I have a second from Alderwoman Sanchez. Questions, comments? Mr. Clerk?
Alderpersons McNamara,
Aye.
Smedley, Sanchez, Beloin Saavedra, Simpson,
Yes.
Russell, Barbosa, Hargraves, McAdam, Gibson, Scott, Malinowski, Pabon, Santiago. 14 in favor, Your Honor.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll take item 17, Alderman Smedley.
Thank you, Your Honor. I make a motion to accept and adopt item number 17.
I have a second by Alderman Simpson.
Thank you. Well, the position of Director of Recreation and Community Services is currently being filled on an acting basis by Mallory Dupre. And whereas the position is responsible for directing and managing the activities of recreation associated functions, development of comprehensive recreation programs, special community-centered events, and the operational and development phases of public recreation. This position also oversees the programs and services for the city's youth and their families, early intervention and crime prevention services, accommodations for persons with disabilities, the operation and programming of New Britain Senior Center, assistance to veterans, and oversees the operation and management of municipal golf course and the Fairview Cemetery. And whereas an open, competitive examination was recently held for the position of Director of Recreation and Community Services, and whereas on Tuesday, March 4th, 2025, an oral panel consisting of members of the Common Council, members of New Britain's nonprofit community, and a Connecticut recreation and industry professional was conducted with Mallory Dupre scoring the highest of all candidates. And whereas the mayor recently interviewed the successful candidates for the position of Director of Recreation and Community Services, and whereas the mayor and the Civil Service Commission have determined that Mallory Dupre, a lifelong New Britain resident and someone who has dedicated over 2 decades of her professional career to the youth and residents of the city of New Britain, is qualified for the position. I urge all of my council members to vote unanimously for this position. The community has come out tonight and has demonstrated what we ask for at every single meeting. So if this doesn't make a difference for you guys, I don't know what will. Mallory, I love you. Good luck to you.
Any other alderperson wish to comment on this item? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. It's up to you. After all that, I'd think you might.
I would be foolish not to. And I definitely don't want to seem ungrateful for the opportunity. So thank you to all of the community members, alderpersons for your support. My mom and dad are here. They never come out for anything. Like, what's going back there?
And auntie.
Hey, Mom, and auntie. I made it, guys, you know? No, I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and I don't typically tear up or cry. I thought I lost my tear ducts as a kid, but I went through about 4 tissues back there. I am so humbled right now. I am very overwhelmed by the support, and I did write something, but I'm just talking now. I will not disappoint you guys. I will not let down the city of New Britain, the community, the residents, the kids, every person that wants to come to our parks or engage in our programs. We're going to create an opportunity and a bridge for that to happen, and I'm just really excited for this, so thank you very much.
Now we'll go to item number 1 on the agenda. Alderman Smedley.
Thank you. I make a motion to accept and adopt item number 1.
I have a second from Alderman Santiago.
Thank you, Your Honor. This will be a resolution related to the agreement with Cigna Healthcare to be the city's third-party medical insurance administrator. And I would like at this time to make a motion to go into executive session, and that will include all members of the Common Council, the mayor, our attorney Mary Pekorski, Lisa Daly, Brenton Millardo, and Addie Gaines from Lockton to discuss the details of this contract.
I have a second from Alderman Russell to go into executive session. Any questions or comments on that? All those in favor of entering into executive session, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're into executive session. The time is 9:08 p.m. We shall return.
you were right. Okay, I'm looking at the...
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we
Alderman
return to
Smedley.
normal council.
All right, we are returned, made by Alderman Smedley, seconded by Alderman Santiago. Time's 10:14. Welcome back. Alderman Smedley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. As you know, this resolution was related to an agreement to move to Cigna Healthcare to be the city's third-party medical insurance administrator. I want to just make some statements. The council in its entirety realizes the anxieties of change, but change is good at times. And the presentation that the council received, and I understand there was a meeting prior to this for unions, and I'll be fully transparent, I wasn't happy with it either as a union leader, and I raised my concerns in the back about that. So the savings are incredible here to the school district and to the city. Over the first year, initial period that's going to happen, the actual savings will be around $1.7 million. In the 3-year period, if you average it out, it's estimated to be about $6.85 million. We understand that this opens up the need for the unions to open up negotiations with the city and with the school district, and the council is going to act on the good faith of our city department heads, our attorney Mary Pekorski and the locked-in team, to help negotiate those terms of that agreement. So the council will be moving to support this amendment tonight, or this resolution tonight. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on item number 1? Alderman Simpson.
I just want to say, we are supposed to make a decision here that, thank you, Your Honor. We're supposed to make a decision here that weighs millions of dollars, and we were presented that information with about 2 hours to decide, in full at least. And we also heard from our labor community that unions generally don't approve of this. And so, you know, I am worried that the city is going to be taking measures to save money on the backs of workers, and I'm going to cite myself the second time tonight. I just stood in solidarity with our workers here with the information that our community presented with us, and I'm going to be a no vote on this. I'm sorry. It's too little of a heads up. I was made aware we have about 2 weeks, otherwise folks can withdraw from this negotiation. And I was also informed that this is a months-long process. So the fact that there are months and months and months put into this work to give us a 2-week deadline to debate the well-being of our workers, I'm sorry, I can't vote for this.
Any other alderperson? Alderwoman Beloin Saavedra.
I don't think we're here tonight debating the well-being of our workers. New Britain is a self-insured community. Dollar for dollar, we pay out on what our employees need. And by contract, we have to be 97% comparable to the healthcare benefits that are provided now with any switch of provider. We are guaranteed that switching providers from one to the other meets within that threshold of 97% match of current providers. We were told in the back room that that small percentage of providers that are not currently a match is going to be negotiated over and lobbied for over the next year, that our union employees will have a full year of transition, so that 3% of the providers that are not currently switching in with this plan, there will be active negotiations to bring that 3% of the providers in, and the employees who are in that 3% will have a full year with that current provider, no change in rate, and the city will be working. So there is a 12-month grace period where the employee gets, again, it's a 3% non-match out of 100%, where the employee will get to keep that provider, and most of the providers that fall within that 3% range are in the mental health area. They will get to keep that provider for 12 months and either have the time to transition to a new provider, or we will have the time to Cigna to bring that provider into the network. So we had a very, I'm still talking, we had a very thorough discussion in the back room about this. And to say that we are balancing anything on the backs of the employee when we are meeting the contractual obligations of a 97% match, and that our attorney with Lockton has already arranged a 12-month grace period for that 3% of providers that are not in the plan, with the attempt to get them in the plan, I think is a very reasonable, rational, and fair offer to the union. And to say that our city will save money so that we won't have to lay people off or cut city services in the process is not balancing anything on the back of our employees. It's being fair, it's being reasonable, and to the union folks who came tonight, I understand you've already had meetings with our city attorney. This is not a blindsided activity. The meetings and conversations exist and will continue. I understand the unions have asked for the city attorney in Lockton to have special meetings for employee unions, which is in the works for the next 2 weeks. So communication and conversation, transparency is there, and the unions get to negotiate the impact. So I believe, I'm confident in my vote tonight, that we are being fair and transparent with the unions while we're aiding our city budget. And thank you, Attorney Pokorski, for all the information you shared with us. I know that there is the prescription drugs that are out there that has not been fully shared yet, but our understanding is it is almost a verbatim match, and those formularies change whether we switch insurance carriers or not. So I am comfortable. I do not want to be characterized as balancing anything on the back of our employees. The employees are not losing any benefits. The only risk happening here is perhaps a disruption in your specific provider that we are promising that will be worked on between Cigna and the 3% of providers that are not currently part of the new changeover. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be supporting this.
Any other alderperson wish to comment on this item? Alderman McNamara.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I think it would have been beneficial to have this done at the last meeting in March. But what I heard tonight from the union representative who spoke was that they need the information. And I'll take it at the analysis and management decision of equal or better benefits. Also concerned about the record of these companies with regard to agreements with major medical providers in terms of a continuity of care. And I think, I'm not sure it would have made a difference, as presented to me, that the information was needed tonight from what I heard in public participation, and that full information can't be out and negotiated until this council decides. So for that reason, subject to the negotiations, how they go, I will also be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Any other alderperson? Alderman Simpson or Alderwoman Scott for the first time? Okay.
You sure?
Alderman Simpson.
Okay.
For the second time.
Thank you. I just want to point out, not everything in this is terrible. I am totally for saving the city money. However, and I did ask this prior, and I was given the answer, we don't know. We don't know, we being the city, don't know if our members are caught in that 3% ripple. So we don't have that information. Is there? Sorry, I saw maybe a reaction.
There's always reactions. Continue.
Thank you. So I think if we can verify if our union members here are caught in that 3%, they're covered for that first year, and that's great. Now, if doctors wish to, after that, they can enroll or they can do business with Cigna if they like, but if they don't, that means people will be switching their providers. And considering that we don't have that material understanding, I don't think we fully, and don't get me wrong, we won't have a 100% clear picture. There is always more information. But given that the unions have come here and told us to our faces that they need more information, Alderman Smedley, you expressed your own frustrations, and I'm glad that those were clarified. But again, there is a lack of information here. This is a months-long process, and we are being pigeonholed into making a decision over the next 2 weeks. Otherwise, somebody's going to pull out of the deal. That's not this body's fault. Our job is to give this a thumbs up or thumbs down, and either way, the negotiations ensue. Thank you.
Alderwoman Scott, you had your hand up.
Yep, thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to say, as a mental health provider, I get the concerns that everybody's having about mental health and being able to get the providers on the same page because Cigna doesn't have as many providers. They also don't reimburse providers as much money from what I see. So I just wanted to bring that up. And I think that we need to take in consideration what the people who have come here to speak tonight said. I do appreciate the savings that we would get for the city. And I do respect that there's a lot of problems with customer service sometimes with certain healthcare agencies. So I think this is a very difficult decision for us to make in such a short amount of time. And I think that's my main concern right now, that this is an important decision and it's impacting people's lives and their health. I do like the fact that we do have a continuum of care that will be provided through this change, though. So it's really difficult because there's like good and bad here. Change is really hard, but there is an option of trying to continue care for a whole entire year for people that are in this plan right now. So I'm having a really hard time because I just feel like I'm being forced to make a decision right now. I just wish I had more time, that's all. So, thanks.
Any other alderperson wish to comment on this item? Seeing none. It's not a roll call, is it?
Well, we should roll call.
Okay. Well, he started walking over the podium. That's why I was like, oh, is it? Go ahead.
Alderpersons McNamara,
Yes.
Smedley? Yes. Sanchez?
Yes.
Boulogne Saavedra?
Yes.
Simpson?
With love, no.
Russell? Barbosa? Hargraves?
Yes.
McAdam? Gibson?
Yes.
Scott?
I don't know. Is that an answer?
You want me to come back
I
to you?
guess, yeah, come back.
That's not
Malinowski?
an option, Mr.
It's not an
Clerk.
option,
You can't
okay.
do that.
I
You need to
apologize.
I'm
vote.
gonna say yes.
Thank you.
Malinowski? Yes. Pabon?
Yes.
Santiago?
Yes.
13 in favor, Your Honor.
Thank you. Motion carries. Let's move on to item number 2 this evening. Alderwoman Sanchez, Earth Day.
Thank you, Your Honor. I made a motion to accept and adopt item number 2.
Second.
Second by Alderwoman Saavedra.
This resolution is to recognize April 22nd as Earth Day, and reads as follows. To her honor, the mayor and the common council of the city of New Britain, the undersigned beg leave to recommend the adoption of the following. Whereas on April 22nd, 1970, 20 million people across America celebrated the first Earth Day, promoting awareness of our environment and the positive impact each of us can have on it. And whereas Earth Day, according to the Environmental Protection Agency, is now celebrated annually and globally to raise awareness of Earth fragile environments and potential danger of their unchecked destruction. And whereas the New Britain City Council promotes conservation, energy efficiency, and the study of the use of clean energy sources. And whereas the City of New Britain has taken great stride in improving awareness and to promote conservation by solarizing numerous properties throughout the area, including the New Britain Water Department, Treatment Plant, Smalley Academy, and Smith Elementary School. And whereas the New Britain City Council acknowledge our collective responsibility for environmental education, stewardship, and community sustainability, and now therefore be resolved that the City of New Britain reaffirms its commitment to the goals and principles of Earth Day by, number 1, encouraging partnership between and among local businesses, environmental organizations, school, and the artist community to help raise community awareness. Number 2, using the observance of Earth Day as a springboard of exploring new avenues to sustainability. Number 3, publicly proclaiming a commitment to preservation and stewardship of our natural landscape and sensitivity to environmental issues, and be for the result that the City of New Britain recognize Earth Day on April 22nd and help to make 2025 the year of the world
unites to create a cleaner, healthier world and environmentally responsible world for our people. I urge adoption.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on item number 2? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 3, Alderwoman Barbosa.
Thank you, Your Honor. I make a motion to accept and adopt item number 3.
Seconded by Alderwoman Saavedra.
It's for the recognition of Easter. We'll read the resolution. Whereas Easter is a significant and sacred holiday observed by millions of Christians around the world, commemorating the resurrection of Jesus Christ and symbolizing renewal, hope, and faith. And whereas Easter is celebrated by many residents of New Britain through religious services, family gatherings, and community events that foster unity, love, and compassion. And whereas the Easter season serves as a reminder of the values of kindness, generosity, and service to others, which strengthen the fabric of our community and promote goodwill among all people. And whereas the City of New Britain acknowledges and appreciates the diverse religious and cultural traditions of its residents and recognizes the importance of Easter as a time of spiritual reflection and joy. And now therefore be it resolved that the Common Council of the City of New Britain hereby recognizes and extends warm wishes to all residents celebrating Easter, encouraging all members of our community to embrace the spirit of renewal, hope, and peace that this holiday represents. I urge adoption.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Any other alderperson wish to comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Alderman McNamara.
Thank you, Your Honor. I make a motion to accept and adopt number 4.
Seconded by Alderman Santiago.
Thank you. This reaches out and recognizes our friends of the Jewish and neighbors of the Jewish faith as they celebrate Passover between April 12th and April 20th. Passover, or Pesach, I think it's in Hebrew, holds profound significance as the liberation of the Israelites going from slavery to freedom in the Exodus. So the council is pleased to recognize this important holiday on the Jewish calendar, and I urge adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Any other alderperson wish to comment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Alderman Simpson, item 5.
Thank you, Your Honor. I rise to accept and adopt item number 5.
Seconded by Alderman Hargraves.
Thank you. Give me 1 second here. Alrighty. So this is a resolution recognizing April as National Fair Housing Month. This is a very lengthy resolution, but I think I will read it into the record because housing is probably one of the top 3 issues we have here in the city. So whereas April 11th, 2025 marked the 57th anniversary of the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, which was a follow-up to the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The 1968 Act expanded on previous acts and prohibited discrimination concerning the sale, rental, and financing of housing based on race, religion, national origin, sex, and as amended, disability and familial status. Title 8 of the Act is also known as the Fair Housing Act of 1968. And whereas the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development recently announced that it will enforce the FHA on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity, extending protections to millions of LGBTQ+ people, even broader than the FHA. The New Britain Fair Housing Ordinances cover all protected classes under the FHA, as well as ancestry, age, marital status, veteran status, and lawful source of income. And whereas each year the Department of Housing and Urban Development, communities and organizations across the country recognize Fair Housing Month by hosting an array of activities that enhance the community's awareness of their fair housing rights and highlight the national commitment to end housing discrimination. And whereas an open and inclusive community committed to the equal housing opportunity creates a diversity of people and cultures, which greatly enhances every work and educational environment. And whereas the City of New Britain understands the importance of upholding these laws and realizes that these laws must be supplemented by an affirmative statement publicly endorsing the right for all people to full and equal housing opportunities in the neighborhood of their choice. And whereas Mayor Aaron E. Stewart, the Common Council of the City of New Britain, the Community Services Division, the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, thank you, Alderman Hargrave, and the Fair Housing Act of 1968, and the Fair Rent Commission, are committed to upholding the Fair Housing Law, Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, by continuing to address discrimination in our community, to support programs that will educate the public about the right to equal housing opportunities, and to plan partnership efforts with other organizations to help assure that every New Britain resident of their right to fair housing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of New Britain endorses a fair housing policy, Section 2-198 of the city ordinances, to ensure that no person shall discriminate with respect to housing in the city in violation of any federal, state, or local law. Thank you. And I urge adoption.
Thank you. Any questions or comments regarding this item? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Alderwoman Beloin Saavedra.
I rise and ask the council to accept and adopt item number 6.
Second by Alderman Santiago.
So this is April as Autism Acceptance and Awareness Month, and I'm sorry that the hour is late, but I only get to talk about autism really once a year from the floor, so I am going to read it and then talk a little bit about my personal story, and then ask Captain Buckowitz, who's been waiting here for 3 hours, to give some data on the 911 Autism Registry at the police department. Whereas the month of April is annually designated Autism Acceptance and Awareness Month, and whereas allies of the ASD community show support by wearing blue during the month of April, thank you to my colleagues who wore blue tonight. According to the CDC, autism now affects 1 in 36 children. And whereas autism presents challenges in communication, social skills, which often create peer group dilemmas, and relationship and inclusiveness struggles in schools, in community settings, and in the workplace. And just as a note, it's not in here, but there's about 500 children in the school system that have the diagnosis of autism. Whereas nearly 2/3 of children with autism have been bullied, and whereas an estimated 30% of people with autism are nonverbal, my daughter included, whereas nearly 31% of children with ASD have intellectual disabilities, also my daughter included, whereas 27% of children diagnosed with ASD have profound autism. These children will require a lifetime of support in the form of 24/7 care, and as they grow to adulthood will often live in a group home setting. They most often present as nonverbal and have a co-occurring diagnosis of intellectual disabilities. Also, that is where my daughter falls. Whereas our New Britain families seek understanding, acceptance, and inclusion for loved ones challenged by social, communication, and sensory processing, and restrictive and or repetitive behaviors, which are characteristic of autism. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and the common council and the entire city of New Britain embrace the opportunities to be supportive and inclusive of our autism families. I do want to do a shout out before Tina leaves, because she's my fellow warrior mom, raising children on the spectrum, as well as myself, and Julie, who is a paraprofessional. I do want to do a shout out because no child with autism in the school system makes it through the day without the help of good paraprofessionals. I'm speaking from experience. Both of my children who are in the public school system, and then my daughter who is privately outplaced, required paraeducator support. And Julie, thank you to you and all your colleagues for the wonderful work you do in the school system for our children, both in self-contained classrooms, which my daughter Alex is severely impacted and challenged by autism. She is nonverbal. She is 27 years old, but has the mental capacity of a 2-year-old. So she is a person who is going to require lifelong supports. And it is very important for the community to be receptive and understanding of children with those needs. And I call her a child. She will always be my child. But as she chronologically ages in her body and her physicality, she will always be trapped in the mentality of a 2-year-old. And that is a struggle for families. And when children age out of the school system, what happens to them? There are limited resources in the community to assist families who have loved ones that are considered profoundly autistic. Again, Tina, shout out to you and Julie and Janice Baratieri, who is another mama, partner in crime with me, and Kim Kelly Davis. All are wonderful people, wonderful moms that we support each other, and we do work in the community to try and have our kids integrated as best as possible. Now, in my daughter's case, that is really difficult for her integration in the community. She does live in a group home. She comes home every weekend, so people know not to bother me on Sunday and Monday. because that's the time I spend with my daughter. But my son Noah, most everybody in this room knows my son Noah. He's very included in the community. He loves our police department, and I'm going to do that as a shout out to when Captain comes up and presents on the 911 system. It is so important. I don't know if any of you saw the video that's been going viral on the shooting that happened in Idaho with a 17-year-old severely autistic person. There was a huge misunderstanding about what was happening in that home, and unfortunately, he was unloaded on with bullets, and he's fighting for his life right now. I am so proud to say that here in the city of New Britain, that is not a possibility to happen because of the wonderful training that our police department goes through, the sensitivity and integration of our police in our community, and with the 911 system, families like mine and like Tina's, we can register our children at the police department, so if ever there's a 911 call to send a first responder to my house, Noah will come up in the system, and they will know when they come to my house that I have a loved one with autism, and they will be prepared to approach the situation in a different way. The dynamic will be different, and I'm so proud of the police department. I started this conversation with Chief Shute years ago when I first got elected with Mayor Stewart to create this system, and then he retired, and the police department took on the challenge of bringing that forward. So at this time, Your Honor, if you don't mind, if I call Captain Buckowitz up briefly, you waited so long, to talk about how that 911 registry works and how we can get more of our families in New Britain to register and participate, because it helps both you, your family situation, and our first responders. And just before you do that, I don't want to forget to plug the Autism Fair that's going to happen at the Hospital for Special Care on April 30th. And our police department and other members, Mallory, your department will be there too. Lots of city services will be there, and different community vendors to support the autism community. And with that, Captain Buckowitz, I ask you to share some information about the 911 system.
Yeah, so first, I apologize. K9 Nori will not be able to make it to the fair. However, I will work on a backup dog. So I was here this time last year when I talked about the program. We had a lot of work to do before we could implement it and get it fully functional. One of the biggest things we had to worry about was, how are we going to store, retain, track, and share this information with not just the police department, but fire, EMS, and dispatch. Working with community partners such as, the Hospital for Special Care, CCRC, the school district, and a few others I'm probably forgetting. We got the form put together that's the crux of this whole project. The form contains basic demographic information, a photograph if the family's willing to share it, avoidances, dislikes, calming measures, is the person with autism verbal, nonverbal, ways to connect, and things we should be on the lookout for when we approach the scene. Once we got the form, and by the way, in English, Spanish, Polish, Arabic, and I believe it's in Italian now on the city website too, we were able to get that link out and really spread the word on this program we have. And once we got our new record management system, which integrates dispatch with fire, EMS, and police, now everyone has access to this information. So and we do this form really because, it's really for the families too. Like the councilwoman said, the interactions that you have with us are far and few probably for the average person. And when you're in crisis because your child or loved one who has autism is not responding very well or in crisis, and you're worried about how the response from the police department or EMS will be, the form's really there for them to kind of keep them at ease and not be concerned about how we are going to be when we respond. So over the course of the last couple months, we've been really pushing this form through some of our community partners. And again, we will be advertising it at the Autism Fair. In partnership with the Hospital for Special Care, they're going to have several dozen volunteers on site to help families fill out the form. And we make sure people that when they fill out the form and we receive it, I have a team at the police department that includes our navigators that help make sure the forms are filled out completely, they're accurate. We touch base with the family, we let them know we received it, and we explain to them how the forms will be used and what kind of information we retain and how that information and medical information will be shared and kept. To date, and before I forget, the Hometown Foundation did donate to all of us, to PD, FD, and EMS, sensory kits that contain fidget spinners, poppets, safety blankets, noise canceling headphones, and some other items to us. They're pretty expensive, and they were kind enough to donate $2,500 worth of those items to us, and we've used them. Our navigators in particular, when they get dispatched to a call where maybe a child left a home or they're nonverbal, they use those tools and they connect instantly with the kids, and it's been great. And I'm willing, if anyone ever wants to stop down to the police department and see how this actually works, I did give the councilwoman a tour of it and a demonstration, and it worked out perfectly. And it is thanks to all of our partners that have helped get us to this point, because it was a huge undertaking. We do have 25 forms at the moment in the registry at 20 different residences throughout the city, and we are hoping with the Autism Fair to expand that. So.
Thank you very much, Captain. And Alderman Santiago.
Thank you, Your Honor. I too rise as my sister. I raised when I was a kid, all the way till I was 17. She's also nonverbal, and her birthday's coming up April 16. So happy birthday, Jess. Thank you. And I urge adoption.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Alderwoman Barbosa.
Thank you, Your Honor. I make a motion to accept and adopt item number 7.
Seconded by Alderwoman Sanchez.
This resolution is under recognition of National Minority Health Month. Whereas the City of New Britain values the health and well-being of all its residents and is committed to promoting health equity and access to quality health care for all communities, and whereas racial and ethnic minority populations in the United States experience significant health disparities, including higher rates of chronic diseases, shorter life expectancy, and barriers to accessing healthcare services, and whereas National Minority Health Month is observed each April to raise awareness about the importance of improving the health outcomes of racial and ethnic minority populations through education, research, and community engagement, and whereas the theme of National Minority Health Month highlights the importance of health literacy, preventative care, and equitable healthcare policies that address systemic health disparities. And whereas recognizing National Minority Health Month encourages dialogue, awareness, and action to reduce health disparities and ensure every individual has the opportunity to lead a healthy life. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Common Council of the City of New Britain does hereby proclaim the month of April as National Minority Health Month in the City of New Britain. And I urge adoption.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Any other questions or comments on this item? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Alderwoman Scott.
I make a motion to accept and adopt item number 8.
Second by Alderman Hargraves.
This resolution is for April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Every child deserves a safe place, a stable, nurturing environment, free of abuse. Child abuse and neglect is a serious public health concern, and it impacts our children and families, and it can be a long-term consequence on individuals in our communities. The City of New Britain is committed to supporting physical, emotional, and mental health of all children by raising awareness, promoting education, encouraging community involvement, and child abuse prevention efforts. Research has shown when we're positive relationships between children and caregivers, supporting families in need and providing resources for child welfare programs are effective ways to prevent child abuse. And I just wanted to, and organizations like Connecticut Department of Children and Families are extremely important too. And I wanted to just say that it's really important for us to believe our kids. If our kids are telling us something happened to them, believe them, listen to them, report to the proper authorities if we do hear of any of these concerns. And I felt like this is so important to recognize this month, because hopefully we'll start becoming that village again, and start looking out for our neighbors and our kids in our neighborhood as a village. Like, we all have to help each other out and help our kids so that they're safe and free of abuse. So I urge adoption of this.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Alderman Simpson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I rise to accept and adopt item number 9.
Second by Alderman Santiago.
Thank you. This is a resolution recognizing the month of April as Arab American Heritage Month. I'm going to read it very briefly. It's about a half page. Whereas the city of New Britain is home to a diverse and vibrant Arab American community whose contributions have enriched the cultural, economic, and social fabric of our city. And whereas Arab Americans have made significant contributions to our nation through their achievements in education, business, medicine, law, government, science, and the arts. And whereas for over a century, Arab Americans have played a vital role in advocating for civil rights, social justice, and cultural understanding, helping to strengthen our democratic institutions. And whereas recognizing April as Arab American Heritage Month fosters awareness and appreciation of the history, culture, and contributions of Arab Americans, encouraging a more inclusive society. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Common Council of the City of New Britain does hereby proclaim the month of April as Arab American Heritage Month in the City of New Britain. Thank you, and I urge adoption.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this item? Alderwoman Scott.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to read a statement from a constituent on behalf of this resolution. A resident is telling us, her name's Araz, and she's here in New Britain, and she wanted to express her support for this resolution, recognizing Arab American history in New Britain is a big part. Arab Americans are a big part of the community, and we are neighbors, artists, healthcare workers, business owners, students, and public servants over the course of many decades, and especially these last few months. It's clear that Arab Americans have been subject of dehumanization, both in the media and by harmful rhetorics and policies on the federal front. These narratives attempt to strip Arab Americans from their American identities. They aim to spin the rich history in the country into some simply catastrophes, so that the legitimate concerns regarding the productive rights of Arab American citizens arises. They are met with empathy and inaction. This is why resolutions like this one present before us is not just symbolic, but also affirms our place in the city. That's something I am very grateful for, so thank you.
Any other alderperson wish to comment? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Alderwoman Sanchez, item 10.
Thank you, Your Honor. I make a motion to accept another item number 10.
Second. Seconded by Alderman Smedley.
All right, this resolution is to purchase of firefighter personal protective equipment. And it reads like this. To her honor, the mayor and the common council of the city of New Britain, the undersigned beg leave to recommend the adoption of the following. Whereas the New Britain Fire Department has always strived to provide the most up-to-date training and equipment to its firefighters in an effort to increase our ability to serve the city of New Britain, and whereas the New Britain Fire Department is required to provide all New Britain firefighters with structural firefighting protective gear that is compliant with National Fire Protection Association standards, and whereas this year requires replacement after 10 years of primary service, and the New Britain Fire Department purchases 20 sets each year as a part of a year replacement plan. And whereas C&S Specialty Inc. of North Smithfield, Rhode Island, vendor for the Lion V4 structural firefighting turnout gear utilized by the New Britain Fire Department, Therefore, be it resolved that the City of New Britain Fire Department should contract with CNS Specialty Inc. of North Smithfield, Rhode Island for the purchase 20 full sets of Lion V4 structural firefighting gear for the amount of $78,700, funded from the Fire Department Fire Operations Fund, and I urge adoption.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Alderwoman Saavedra.
Can I just ask the chief, if you don't mind, 78,700. I think we talked about this briefly when I toured one of the firehouses with you, but was this purchase bid, or is this vendor the sole provider?
Yeah, sole provider. We go, sorry. Sole provider only because they go out, there's specific specifications that we utilize. They were the vendor that we've been using. So the price tag on the firefighting gear went up from $3,300 to $3,900. But it does provide what has been the hot subject of PFAS-free gear. So we're able to provide our firefighters through a replacement program that PFAS-free gear that we've all been looking for.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Other questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Alderman Malinowski, item 11.
Thank you, Your Honor. I make a motion to accept and adopt item 11.
Second by Alderman Gibson.
And this resolution authorizes, Your Honor, the mayor to, on behalf of the city of New Britain, to accept the EMPG program conditions of eligibility for federal fiscal year 2024, beginning October 1st, 2024, and execute any and all documents necessary for the city to receive such grant funds, and I urge adoption.
Thanks, Alderman. Questions, comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Alderwoman Sanchez, item 12.
Thank you, Your Honor. I made a motion to accept and adopt item number 12.
Second by Alderman Smedley.
Thank you. This resolution is for the public bid number 4200, laundry services for the New Britain Fire Department. And it says, to her honor, the mayor and the common council of the city of New Britain, the undersigned beg leave to recommend the adoption of the following. Whereas public bid number 4200 was solicited and receiving in accordance with the purchasing ordinance of the city of New Britain for laundry services for the New Britain Fire Department, and whereas funding is available for this purchase is within the New Britain Fire Department account number, fire operations, other purchase services, and whereas invitations to bid were solicited at the bid was duly advertised in the New Britain Herald newspaper, the city and state of Connecticut's Department of Administration Services websites, emailed to the 3 and mailed to 6 laundry companies. The purchasing agent did not receive any emails or letters from the laundry companies on the mailing list, indicating that they could not provide a response to the bid request. The responses were received as per the attached, and whereas the bids were reviewed for conformance to specifications by the New Britain Fire Department's administration and the purchasing agent. Therefore, the fire chief is recommending that the bid for the laundry services be awarded to Super Saver Laundromat of New Britain, Connecticut, who submitted the lowest bid price for the laundry services and meet all the bid specifications. Now therefore be resolved that the purchasing agent is hereby authorized to issue a purchase order and enter into a contract with Super Saver Laundromat of New Britain, Connecticut to provide laundry services for the New Britain Fire Department for a period of 3 years from May 1st, 2025 to April 30th, 2028, as per the attached pricing, specifications, and term of public bid number 4200, and I urge adoption.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Any questions or comments on this item? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Alderwoman Barbosa, item number 13 tonight.
Thank you, Your Honor. I make a motion to accept and adopt item number 13.
I have a second from Alderwoman Saavedra.
This is a resolution put in by our newly elected Director of Recreation and Community Services Department.
Appointed.
And it's one of my favorites because I love ice cream. The public bid number 4198 was solicited and received in accordance with the purchasing ordinance of the City of New Britain for the sale of mobile food and ice cream truck park concession rights at various parks. at various city parks. Then I'm just going to skip down to paragraphs 3 and the last two paragraphs. Therefore, the interim director of the Recreation and Community Services Department is recommending that the Queen Ice Cream of New Britain, Connecticut be awarded the mobile food and ice cream concession rights for Chesley Park, my park, Osgood Park, and Washington Park, who offered a payment of $6,145 to the city for the food and ice cream concession rights to these parks. Two Brothers Ice Cream LLC of Waterbury, Connecticut be awarded the food and ice cream concession rights at A.W. Stanley Park, Stanley Quarter Park, Willow Street Park, Walnut Hill Park, and Willowbrook Park, who offered a payment of $10,111 to these parks, and SEMO Ice Cream, who offered a payment of $50 to the city for the food and ice cream concession rights for Martha Hart Park. Therefore, be it resolved that the purchasing agent is hereby authorized to grant Queen Ice Cream to New Britain, Connecticut, the concession rights for Chesley, Osgood, Washington, to grant Two Brothers Ice Cream LLC of Waterbury, Connecticut, the concession rights for A.W. Stanley, Stanley Quarter, Willowbrook Park, Walnut Hill, and Willow Street Park, and to grant SEMO Ice of New Britain, Connecticut, the concession rights for Martha Hart Park in accordance with the payment and terms and specifications of public bid number 4198, and I urge adoption.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Any questions or comments? Alderwoman Saavedra.
I texted Mallory about this earlier today, but just my compliments to her, because historically Park and Rec Commission awards all of it to one vendor. So I was very happy to see that 3 different vendors, and of the 3, 2 of them are New Britain companies. So kudos for spreading out the RFP so that more vendors could participate, and that 2 New Britain businesses received 2 of the awards. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Alderman McNamara.
Thank you. Make a motion to accept and adopt number 14.
Second by Alderman Russell.
This is to authorize the Public Works Utility to retain Shaw Vac Services for professional catch basin cleaning services at a price of $69,000. Cooperative purchasing with our Regional Council of Governments is involved here, and the Clean Water Fund is the source of the funding. There was a recent Board of Public Works meeting where Director Moriarty talked about doing up to 2,500 in the near term catch basins, if I have that right, and this takes care of 1,000 of them, and the city has about 5,000 to take care of, so I urge adoption.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Alderwoman Saavedra.
Your Honor, just when I was reading it, it hit me. So in one of the whereases, it says that the Capital Region Council of Governments provides cooperative purchase services. So in other words, we picked off of a bid list through CROG to make this purchase.
That's right.
Just interesting, kind of like the discussion we had the other night with Mr. Delgadillo. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Alderman Santiago, item number 15.
Ouch. Thank you, Your Honor. This resolution, I make a motion to accept and adopt item number 15.
Second by Alderman Smedley.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a public bid number 4197, contract with Pyrotechnic Nico Fireworks, Inc. for $25,000 for July 4th, 2025 fireworks display, and $30,000 for the July 4th, 2026 fireworks display, and I urge adoption. Hold on, just one question. I'm not used to having a bid for 2 years.
Yep.
Is there a reason why we have it for the 2 years?
You got it. Mallory, I'll let you explain.
Got to bring her up.
Yeah.
The face.
Oh, it's the face. Okay, got it. So 2026 is the 250th birthday of America, and because it falls on a Saturday, we've been vending with this company for however long we've been vending, and they suggested to go out 2 years because people are already requesting their services, and they just felt that it would be a good decision on our behalf to guarantee that we have fireworks for next year to go for a 2-year bid.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Alderman McNamara, item number 16.
Motion is set
This
to
is
adopt
it.
number 16.
Second by Alderman Santiago.
I have a very brief speech to make about this, Your Honor.
Make it a long one, Jen.
This is the tax collector refunds regularly reporting to the council. It involves the motor vehicles and $16,393 in real property, mostly in refunds of excess payments. So I urge adoption.
Thank you, Alderman. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Yeah. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Wait. Hold on. All right. Alderwoman Sanchez had asked for a moment in the beginning of the meeting.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to ask for a minute of silence for the Dominican Republic and its entire community inside and outside of the island. Yesterday was a tragedy with more than 120 deaths, including a famous singer, el señor Ruby Perez, and two Major League Baseball players, Octavio Dotel and Tony Blanco Jr. On behalf of the City of New Britain Common Council, we express our condolences to the Dominican Republic and the Dominican community here in Connecticut, around the world. And it's sad they still trying to get more people out of the, it was a big club, so it's still people under the walls, and it's still people screaming for help. Like right now, I was watching the news today, and I would like to say in Spanish, si me- En representación del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de New Britain, queremos pedir un minuto de silencio para todas las víctimas de la República Dominicana. La tragedia ocurrió ayer y entre las 120 víctimas estaban la voz más grande del merengue, el señor Ruby Pérez, y dos peloteros de las ligas mayores, Octavio Dotel y Tony Blanco Jr. De parte de todos los colegas concejales de la ciudad de New Britain, nuestras condolencias para la comunidad dominicana. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Made by Alderman Santiago, seconded by everyone. All those in favor, say aye. We're adjourned. The time is 11:06 p.m.